Hello and welcome in everybody. Hope everyone is doing well today. Good to see you guys. Today is Triforce Tuesday. We are going to be continuing our playthrough of A Link to the Past and all the fun stuff that goes along with it. All the voice acting and everything that you guys have been enjoying, and hopefully we'll finish it up today. We'll see. So, oh, need to come down a little bit. Oh boy, here we go. I'll let this go here.
Thames Western is on business. The Sam's Club is an American chain of membership only retail warehouse clubs owned and operated by Walmart Inc. Founded in 1983, named after Walmart founder Sam Walton and Sam's Wholesale Club.
Wow, that was excellent. He stumbled a little bit at the beginning there. I thought he was going to have another stroke, but he recovered. Thank you. Health for the 100 Sam's West bits. Not me for once. Yeah, so thank you, Health, for the 100. That goes towards the Triforce Heroes 100% playthrough for the Triforce Tuesday incentive, so I appreciate that. No Mahik. What's up, Caddy? How you doing? Gotta work, Lurk. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for the good luck, Zelda-ing. I will do my best. Thank you, Retro, for the lurk. I appreciate it. I'm sure this has come up, but have you considered doing a randomizer of this? Yes, I have. You know, that's something for me to say. I'd love to see you do a randomizer run of this. So yeah, I've never done one, which is pretty crazy. My brother has done one, and he doesn't even. It's not really even his thing, but he's done at least one, and I've been interested in it. It has been a long time since I've played through Link to the Past, honestly. This isn't one of the Zelda games that I pick up the most and play, but I would like to do a rando run to kind of, mostly just kind of test my knowledge. There is an incentive on the list for my very first Majora's Mask randomizer. Excuse me, I've never done one of those. Majora's Mask I feel like would be very difficult, because there's so much in that game. I don't know if I would make an incentive specifically for Link to the Past rando, but it's definitely something I've considered. I also, yesterday, I was thinking about another little sort of additional Zelda-related thing. You've done one, and it's kind of hard but super fun. I'd be down to see it. Not sure if anybody else would. I've had a couple people ask me. Yeah. I'm gonna run a prediction for those of you who are here. We have the Zelda cards today, so might as well get use out of them. There we go. Get your Johns in if you would like. Why stop at rando? Do a multi-world with the community. That would be cool too. Except I just don't know. I still don't really know how those work. I would have to probably practice or figure that out first. Don't even need rupees, do I? Multi-world could be really fun. I would like to do a multi-world where I'm playing SMW because that's the game I'm probably most familiar with. Let's learn to read. Hold up the Master Sword, and you will get the magic of Bombos. Oh my gosh, I'm dead. Night night, Vulture. Ooh, magic. Ooh, Bombos. This is the Bombos medallion. Its magic makes the ground explode with power. Watch your magic meter. I'm watching. It's empty. If they add SMB3, I'd run a multi with people. Is there not any game on there that you're familiar enough with that you would feel comfortable doing a multi-world? Yo, Pantry, welcome and good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. You'd have to check again. Yeah, I don't remember all the... I mean, Jade told me that one day, but SMW is what stuck out to me. I think a Link's Awakening rando would be a lot of fun for me. I've done Ocarina of Time randos several years ago. I haven't done one anytime recently, but they're fun for me because that's probably the Zelda game I'm the most familiar with. I kind of know that like the back of my hand. I know where everything is in that game, so yeah. Ba-ba-ba-ba. How's it going today, Pantry? My rupees. Still waking up. Man. I'm getting wrecked. Perfect timing. Thank you. I had my kid sleep in his room last night for the first time without letting him back in bed. Aww. Didn't go so well, perhaps. Each time he would cry or try to sneak in, I took him to his room to calm him and put him back down to sleep. He was compliant, but he kept waking up. Yeah. How old? How old is he, if you don't mind me asking? Come on, man. Come on, man. He's 3. He'll get there. Oh. A little too far. I think this is where I want to be. I went too far. Take a sip of tea here. I missed one of his wake-ups. Thankfully the wife took care of that one. I woke up in the middle of the night. She's sleeping in a small bed. Aww. Yeah, that's tough. Hopefully it'll, he'll work through it soon. Get used to it, you know. I wish you the best of luck on that. I'm sure that's exhausting. Time and persistence, yep. Good luck sneaking a nap in today. Wish you luck on your nap as well. Get away from me. Sixers gave one away last night. I didn't pay attention. What was the situation? Oh, I don't have any. Shoot. Oh no, I'm dumb. A sub. Anybody have a heart? This stinks, come on. Can't I get like a single heart to at least stop this crap? I don't mind having low health, I just mind the noise. Who is my favorite common enemy in Zelda? That's a good question. That's actually a really good question. Oh, jeez. Oh my goodness. Alright, I guess we'll just use the fairy then. That's one way to, replenish health. I'm not sure. Maybe Deku's, some form of Deku. I think they're pretty cool. Oh yeah, thanks. Now I get... Oh, great. Now I'm getting heart drops. This is great. That's the most relatable thing I've heard all year. Oh no, I'm dumb. This is not going too well. At this point, I could have just run home and grabbed infinite hearts. Like the amount of time this is taking me. Let's just go. It's a matter of principle. That's right. They were up 21 in the guest quarter. I'm sure that's supposed to say one of the numbers. And lost by 10 after an abysmal second half. That's what they do, dude. The Sixers have a habit of throwing games away in the second half. It's crazy. It's super annoying. Alright. Good enough, whatever. Yo, Sabby, good to see you. Vincent, hello. More Try Hard Tuesdays. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. Good to see you. Oh, first quarter. Wow. Ness, what is your favorite common enemy? Thankfully, I work at home so I can nap at my leisure. That's good. Why I took it upon myself to keep him in his bed. No heart, but I got this bee to attack you. You can't beep if you're dead. True. Warriors do the same thing the past 2 years. It's frustrating. Sorry for the mic bonk. It's very annoying. Like when you start out so well at on a game and then you just can't complete that second half. It's so super annoying. Did I not? What happened here? Oh my lord! I hate this so much. They were up 25 points in the first quarter. Is it because I left the screen? I just realized that. Saved and reloaded? No, I didn't. I absolutely did not save and reload. Don't gaslight me again. The Thunder brought it back within 2. I haven't been current on basketball since I moved from Chicago. Thinking back to last week. I think it's because I accidentally didn't think about it and moved screens. Hope everybody's doing well. Holy moly. Vincent with the 1447. Does that completes our, oh my goodness, that completes our Triforce Heroes incentive. Thank you so much, Vincent. Wow. I really, really appreciate that. Thanks a ton. GG's, guys. Yo, Ash. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I might have to Might have to do a quick update here. I didn't expect to meet that. Wow, Vincent, thank you so much. That means the Triforce Heroes incentive is met. I am going to check that off on the spreadsheet, which if you're viewing right now, you can see me do on that second tab. Complete playthrough of Triforce Heroes. Met status. Met. Hope you're doing well, Ash. Hope you had a nice weekend. Good to see you. Hit the bits goal. Well, you know what that means. It's time for a new bits goal. Thank you so much, Vincent. That is fantastic. Very, very kind of you. So, that means this changes, and... Oh my goodness. Caddy with 5. Nummies, hello. Caddy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. My math was off by 100. Oh yeah, 10101. It looks cool though. Thank you so much, Caddy, for the 5 gift subs. That'll get you a couple packs of Pokemon cards. Are you available right now, Caddy? Do you want me to open them now? Four Swords Adventures is our next incentive. Four Swords Adventures. Bam! There we go. We're already halfway there. Ooh, welcome to the meat tree. Sarah 1909, El Burrito Loco, Pantry, Shadow, and Mecha. Oh, muted. So okay. So we won't do Caddy's packs yet, but that put us at 21 subs. Thank you guys for the almost hype train as well. Thank you so much, Vincent and Caddy. Yo, what's up, Ichi? If this hype trains, then we'll probably be quite along. Ash with 5 months. Thank you so much, Ash, for let's go for the resub. Welcome back to the Mitri for 5 months. If you scream loud enough, she'll hear you. Maybe Sahasra. Oh, gooder. Look, we're already at level 3. Thank you guys so much. Holy, level 3 hype train. Thank you guys. The goal bar is now updated. It is now for Four Swords Adventures, which you can barely even see. Maybe if I do it this way. Vincent, thank you for another $3.99. Four Swords Adventures. That's a little better. Mobile says a hype train is close. We are at 69% on level 3. Thank you guys a ton. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ash, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. Caddy's gonna get a little something special along with her Pokemon packs later. If you guys donate gift subs, we'll do Pokemon card openings from the grab bag there. So if you're interested in that, if that's something you like, it helps out the Triforce Tuesday incentives by a lot. The subs are kind of time sensitive, kind of. So I just like to point that out to you guys. But thank you a ton. Thank you so much. I've been okay, had a cold, but I'm feeling much better. I'm glad you're feeling better. Sorry that you had a cold. Oh gosh, right into it. I hate these things, man. I don't even need rupees. Why am I going for them? Here's a link to the past. What's that, Nico? MySpace.org. Ooh, we get the map. It's the rupee hoarding reflex. It really is. I have such a bad habit of collecting things that I don't need, even if I'm like full on health and I see a little recovery heart drop. I always go for it. It's how I always am. Are you winning? We're trying to win. Currently, we are winning the hype train, 69%. About to beat your last record. I don't know what my last record is. Gotta stop drinking milk before I go to sleep. I think you gotta stop drinking milk altogether. I can't stand that beeping. I really can't. Come on, man. Yeah, probably, but why? Every time I do, I have strange dreams. Oh man, I had a really interesting dream last night. My dreams are always strange. Dairy milk is gross conceptually and taste-wise. I agree. I agree. Milk dreams, Pog. But ice cream. I will not give up milk. My dream last night. Who wants to have a little chat about my dream? Listening. Vanilla or chocolate milk ice cream. You know they make oat milk ice cream and like almond milk ice cream and all that. That's what I eat. I had a dream I had to give my dog away and broke my heart. Oh, November, I'm so sorry. Mine's a little happier than that. Guys, thank you so much for the level 2 mid 3 hype train. I don't know, I guess level 2 is completed. Thank you so much for the hype train. Vincent with 1,447 bits. Caddy with 5 gift subs. And some pack openings to Sarah 1909, El Burrito Loco, Pantry Thief, Shadow, and Mecha, some really good people. Thank you so much, Caddy. Ash with the resub for 5 months. Welcome back to the Mitri. And Vincent with the additional 399. Thank you guys so much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Mango flavored coconut milk ice cream. Yo, what's up, Mega? How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you had a nice weekend. We need a Mitri's dream stinger. Alright, I will talk about my dream here. So, I apparently it took place in Germany, but apparently my subconscious thinks that Germany is just America with people that speak German. I don't know. Apparently I was in Germany. My dream told me so at some point, I guess. But I was in Germany, but I was at this massive shopping mall, which is very American. I doubt that they have things like this in Germany. Perhaps they do, but I was at this huge shopping mall. And, like, bigger than, I think, anyone that I've ever been to in real life. And I was with friends, have no idea who those friends were. Can't even remember them now, because I don't think they were real-life friends, but I was with friends. I went into a Macy's, which I'm, like, 99% sure does not exist in Germany either. I went into this Macy's, which was 3 floors, and was like wandering around and just like looking at stuff, and went up to the top floor and found out that you could, again, we're in a shopping mall here, found out that you could exit the Macy's by going down one of 2 slides that were side by side, like these. You remember those like plastic, like see-through kind of slides that you would see at like play places and stuff like that? It's like that, like just like almost like a hamster tube that you could slide down to get out of Macy's. Yeah, tube slides, exactly. So I went down it and it was fun, and I was like, this is, you know, again, we're in a shopping mall, so I was like, I told my friends, I was like, guys, like I found this slide in Macy's, and you can just like leave by going through it, and they're like, no. I was like, come on. And like the mall and the store and everything was so big that I had trouble like finding it again. So I took my friends, whoever the hell they were, I don't know who they were, but I took my friends back into Macy's, There's a lot of stuff that happened in between all of this as well. It was a very vivid dream for some reason. And so I took them back into, yeah, dream NPCs. Took them back into Macy's. I ended up finding the slide again. But before I found the slide, I found like an abandoned, like duckling, but not like baby duckling, but like you know, between baby duckling and adult duck. And I found it, like, it still had its baby feathers and all. I found it and I was like, I'm gonna steal this. And like, I don't know exactly how it was stealing, because it's not like it was on sale at Macy's, right? They don't just sell ducks at Macy's. So I took this duck with me. For those of you who don't know, I love ducks so much. I want a pet duck. And so I take this duck with me while I'm showing my friends the slide and everything. They might at German Macy's, yeah. And so I take this little duckling, and it's like the most cuddly, cutest little baby, warm, adorable little duck that just kept like mashing its head into me. And so I showed my friends this, so we eventually found the slide, and showed them to go down the slide, and took the duck with me, and then not long after that is when my alarm went off this morning. So Duck Zone D. So yeah, that was my dream last night. Or there was a lot more to it, but those were the fun parts, I think, that are worth sharing. How much milk did I drink before sleeping? I don't drink milk. There's a nightclub in San Francisco called Slide, and you ride down a slide when you first enter? No kidding, really? Yo, Avon, what's up? How are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you had a nice weekend. Duck time interrupted by the alarm. I know, right? It's pretty lame. I need it. I need it, though. I want it. I'm just staying up here to be safe from the enemies while I read chat. How's it going today, Avon? How have you been? I feel like it's been a little while since I've seen you. It's a day. I'm sorry, man. I hope it gets better. If you need anything, just let me know. I was sick all last week. Aw, man. I'm sorry. We got the compass. At least that's all done. I'm glad to hear you're feeling a little better. There's a haunted house in Kansas City that has a 5-story slide that takes you from heaven to hell. Interesting. That sounds like fun. Morning stand-up time. Lurk mode. Thank you for the lurk, November. I appreciate it. Oh man, my eye. There's something in my eye here. I'm attempting not to pause the stream, seeing if it fixes itself, but there's something in my eye. Is it your finger? It looked like your finger was in your eye. I couldn't play a lot of Link to the Past when I was a kid. This dungeon music gave you anxiety. No kidding, did it really? I've never heard that from, about this music specifically. I mean, I definitely understand it, but I have not heard that. I think, hang on, I think I need to pause real quick. I think this is not relieving itself. 1 second, guys, I'm sorry. Nummies, thank you so much for the lurk, water break, and stretch. Thank you for the good luck, and thank you for hanging out. Everybody else hydrate too. Do it. Do it! Okie dokie. Thank you again, nummies. Does a hydrate. Well done, Sabby. Well done. Can you, like, go away? Do it. Now, why did I do that? Hello? Hello? Can you not? Whiskey hydrates? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'd say I did, but it was coffee, which is the opposite. That is indeed the opposite, yes. Go away. It even has juice. I hydrated with water, so I good girl. I agree. I agree. You did well. Come on, Link. Swim that way. GG, Sabby. You did it wrong. Looks for a pat emote for Sabby. There should be Peepo Pat or something. I hydrated with water. Toilet water counts? Oh no. I mean, yes, but I would advise against it. From the tank is fine. Thought you had one from a gift sub, but it's gone. But I think I have Peepo Pat enabled or something along those lines. And thanks for all the rupees. Impossible to know if you do on. There it is. Thanks, Ichi. Colon is your best friend. If you just type in colon and then start typing something like Peepo, then you'll see them all. As long as you're on desktop. Yeah, if you're on desktop. So we get it the big key. Peepo Shrek. I miss Fiona. It's been a while since I've seen Fiona. Oh, you don't have 7TV enabled. You can enable 7TV from Franker Faces. Yeah, if you go to like your Franker Faces settings, there should just be like you can probably search within the settings. No, you don't even have to install the extension anymore, Ash. You can just enable it within Franker Faces natively, which is cool. Yeah, you could probably just search FFZ or FF7TV within the FFZ settings, and then you just check a box, and then you're good to go. It's pretty cool. I keep wondering why it's so hard for me to drink through my straw, and I realize it's on top of a lemon seed, and it's not getting anything in. We got the hook shot. God. I swear, even when I'm getting out of their way, they still get me. Oh, come on. That's what I thought. Ay, ay, ay. Boo-doo-doo-doo. Bombs? That's not what I wanted to do. Will you give me a heart, though, actually? That'd be cool. No? Ay, ay, ay. Can I farm hearts? Do these guys even drop hearts? I have no idea. There you go, Ava. I just uninstalled my browser 17 extension because you can turn it on from BTTV. One less extension seems to work well so far. That's how I have it. I had the 7TV extension for a while, but once I found out that you could just do it through Franker Faces or through Better TV, I guess, which I didn't know you could. Then I was like, this is like a no-brainer. It's kind of lame, but I'm just getting annoyed with things here. I don't think that one's I'm trying to remember what's a fairy fountain and what isn't. Should stop working and chill. God. Oh, this is a fairy fountain. Okay. Where is a fairy fountain with actual fairies? I think there's one that way. I don't know if I can warp over there easily. See ya, dude. I guess I could... That's not really gonna help me. Bonk Rocks by Link's house? What's up, Pool Float? Bonk Rocks by Link's house? Really? I hope you're doing well. I'm just running away here. One screen to the left of the house? Wow, I don't think I knew that. Maybe I did at one point, but that doesn't ring a bell. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, I had something else in mind. I thought you meant every time you bonked into a rock, a fairy would pop out. I didn't realize this. You meant this fairy fountain. Thank you. No, that's very helpful. I appreciate that. Because I did forget that was there. Hope you're doing well, Poe Float. Hope you had a nice weekend. You could also keep slashing the grass to find fairies. Then you might find bees, true. Noted rock bonker pool float. There's one of those as well on East DM. What about magic? Where can you easily get like a magic refill? Bonk the tree, one screen north of the village. Ah. Up here? One screen north of the village. Oh, north of the portal to the Dark World. Oh, go into the village. And all the way left. Oh, this guy here? Oh, maybe not. Like in the Lost Woods? Oh, right. And back down and out. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Gotcha. Okay. Except I'm too dumb to have just gone there, but I know this little section you're talking about here. Thank you. That's the portal you were talking about. Will always drop full magic. Thanks so much. I'm learning. Thanks, Bullfloat. I thought you had to keep buying magic potions to restore magic. Nah. You can find magic refills plenty of places. Now I just have to backtrack to wherever I was. I forgot what I was doing. Where the heck was I? Oh, I never read this. First of all, I need to go back into the light world again. Oh boy. Old shit. It is I, Sahasrara. Objects exist simultaneously in both worlds with similar shapes. If the form of a thing changes, it will affect the shape of its twin in the other world. Thanks, dude. All right, let's quickly make a quick trip. Good, I'm glad this is the first and last time I'm hearing this impression. Why does everybody hate everything I do? Shoot-do-do-do-do-do-do. there. He's losing life with each breath. Those things are literally the worst. Art? No. Hey Wookie, thanks for the good luck. Just gonna walk past these guys. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. Why is the water murky outside but clear inside? Does it get filtered? That's a good question. Amazing and perfect as always. The feeling there's some sarcasm to that response. Castlevania 1 DOS was everything I hoped and everything I feared. When have I ever known Wookie to be sarcastic? That's a good question. Probably never. Get away from me! Yo, McMurdo, thank you so much for the lurk. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. I appreciate the lurk. Ouch. The Master Sword looks so cool here. I never liked upgrading it because the aesthetic changes. I guess it looks alright. I never really thought about it. I always like getting the upgrades because I like upgrades. Yeah, Butter Sword looks cool to me. I don't know. I think they both look cool. I called the other one the Banana Sword when I was a kid. When I found out you could upgrade the Master Sword, my mind was kind of blown. Yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Because they didn't really ever do that again in Zelda games. I mean, it's debatable, I guess, but once you got the Master Sword, that was kind of like just like the end-all be-all. You could upgrade like attack power, or you can get different swords. But they didn't really. The Master Sword was kind of usually the end. You upgraded to one, you get the white sword. You start out with sword, and then you get the white sword. Go away. It's been a long time since I played, but there is no Master Sword in Majora's Mask. No. Not really, no. Dwarves are greater than Hylians. Did I hit everything in the dungeon here? Did I miss a room? I missed... Ah, shoot. I missed a room. This, along with Link's Awakening and Kirby's Adventure, are the only 3 games that got an official French translated release in North America. Really, it is the Master Sword. In it, the Master Sword is translated to Excalibur. It took me years to realize Master Sword and Ocarina of Time was in fact the Excalibur I knew. That's really funny. Dancing a little quick there. Cheesy poofs. Man. Can't you? Am I dumb? I thought you could hit him with the ice rod. Yay! I could go for some cheesy poos.
Snarf, because of you I can escape from the clutches of the evil monsters. Thank you. The Triforce will grant the wishes of whoever touches it as long as that person lives. That is why it is hidden in the Golden Land. Only a select few know of its location. But at some point, that knowledge was lost. The person who rediscovered the Golden Land was Ganondorf, the evil thief. Luckily, he couldn't figure out how to return the light world. Well, remember that you have magical powers, which only the hero can make the most of. There are some other magical warping points, like the one you saw at Death Mountain. By using them, you can go between the 2 worlds and find the evils hidden in the Dark World. You're the only one who can destroy Ganondorf, the thief. No, Ganon, the evil king of darkness. You understand?
Yeah.
May the way of the hero lead you to the rifle.
Thanks, lady. Great voice. They're all the maidens are Valley girls. Wish I said not at all, but then she repeats everything, and it's a disaster. Yeah, it's really annoying to have to listen to the entire thing again. You know what? I even bonked this wall, didn't I? I even, like, made it a point to, oh shoot, to bonk the wall, and I still didn't go in. Oh no, that's just a shortcut. I still need to, What am I going back for? For completion. Snarf, I'm dying and just told you my life story, but if you want to hear it again... Well, that's kind of like what happened in Earthbound. When I talked to that fly... he, like, went on and on and on. He's like, I'm dying, it's my time to go. But do you need to hear this again? I'm like, are you really dying, or... are you just, like, making it up? Oh, that's what you were referencing? I mean, I'm here, right? So that's all I really needed to do, was just hit the room. That's fine. We've now hit everything. The map is complete. So we can leave. I need to pee, however. I won't leave you with this music, since some people don't like this music. I'll leave you with the overworld music instead. I gotta pee real quick, hang on. Okily dokily. Oh wow, the prediction's pretty even. That's cool. I don't know if I should do the prediction now or a little later. Why can you hit me up here? This is not correct. What? What even happened there? I don't even know what happened. Apparently just hit the wrong pixel. Ah! Ah! That meeting took forever. Welcome back. Hope it went well, at least. Get back here. A lot of complaining. Thankfully, nothing about my work. That's good news. I'll take the dub. Let's go. GG's on doing good work, November. You love to see it. Yo, Kaibosh. Welcome in, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you had a good weekend. I like to think of my work as existing. This is just vanilla. We're just doing some Triforce Tuesday fun here. How have you been, buddy? This is where I wanted to go. Oh my goodness. Can you not? That's so cheap. That is so cheap. What if it's chocolate? Go away. My brain hurts. Lots and lots of budgeting and meetings with teachers for the kiddos. I'm sorry, man. I hope everything's going well. Otherwise. But how do we get past this? Make me. Ness, what was your... You asked me about my favorite, Where's my water? My favorite Zelda, like, main, common enemy. What was yours? You like choo-choos? Choo-choos are cool. They become, like, super useful in later games. Go away, bee. Everything's great for me and the kids. Budgeting is to help a friend that is trying to make some positive life changes. I'm much better at the math and part in the adulting part. Fair enough. I'm glad everybody's doing well. That's really good to hear. Come on with these bees. Ooh. Rupert, thank you so much for 19 months. Welcome back to the Meachery. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. Deku Scrubs or Four Swords Octoroks? Deku Scrubs is was my answer as well. No, I'm not trying to hit you. Choo Choo might be one. You have a Choo Choo tattoo. I think I knew that. I think I knew that. I like that they drop jelly that you can turn into potion. Yeah, I thought that was really cool. I like to think they have different flavors, red for cherry, blue for grape, and green for lime. Because green apple is overrated. I agree with that sentiment. I made it to the part of my morning where I consume caffeine, so not very far. Fair enough. I thought it was a slime. Really? Screw you. Oh, talking about Nessa's tattoo. Were Choo-Choos in the first one? Were they called something else? Oh, they were they even in the first Zelda at all? Did they even make an appearance? Bots were in the second Zelda, and that's about the closest thing to a Choo-Choo. Oh yeah, Zols, right. Zols are in Link's Awakening. Bits and bots, yeah. Oh yeah, I guess they were in the first. But they barely did anything at all. That's right. They are in the first Zelda. Okay, whatever. I didn't exactly go the right way. I need you. Come on, fairy. That's BS, fairy. I like ropes. Breath of the Wild whiz robes are nightmare fuel. You think? They don't bother me. I think they're pretty cool. Pretty cool enemies. Oh, wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. This is going really, really well so far. I think I might lose my mind, actually. Stop! Just leave me alone. They're more spirits, so it's not like a dude. But still scary. There's art of them without their robes, and it's just as bad. Naked whiz robes. I'm gonna actually lose my mind, I think. Could you at least hit both of them? Are you kidding me? Holy moly. Is a whiz robe without a robe just a whiz? What's up, Max Bleat? How's it going? Meet your Joker. Gonna have a Joker moment. I'll try to give more of a heads up in the future when I decide to stream loading save states on Discord. How did you fare? Did you have a good time? Everyone talks about it. Talks about the Ice Palace, but this is the worst dungeon in the game. Ice Palace is still really bad. I still hate Ice Palace. It'll all come down to the hands. This is just super annoying. This is just gonna make my life easier. One recovery heart, thanks, Dad. Appreciate it. We got the big key. Piss off, please. You can grab me in here if you want. See ya. Had a couple people mostly lurking. Now that I've learned all these strats, I can screw up every single one of them. Let's go. That's the way to do it. I'm glad you learned them. That's pretty cool. GG's on the learning. Sometimes that's, you know, sometimes that can be pretty difficult and tedious. I've always preferred fairies. Just because you don't have to think about it, so it's just automatic. Blue potion is probably better in the long run, but you have to typically spend money for blue potion. You have to manually do it. So I've just kind of always liked fairies. Oh, did I screw up my thing? Oh, it's over there. I'm in the completely wrong area. Manually. It's just kind of like, it's just a freebie. You can find them in a million different places. You don't really have to worry about it too much, so. Don't even know what that emote would be. Let's not make one then. Shoo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. You're so easily fooled. Oops. Oh no. Leave me alone, you dork! Let's go. Thank you. Shoo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, shoo-doo-doo-doo. Shoo-doo, shoo-doo, doo-boo-bee-boo, boo-boo. Are we gamering? Probably. Not really. But probably. Here's the fire rod. I think we are. Probably is good. I'm saving your Pokemon packs, Caddy. I was gonna do them at when I went on break, but do you want me to open Pokemon packs now, or since you have some time, or what? Bing, 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 bing. You're on break? Alright. Let's do that for Caddy, since she generously donated 5 subs. So we'll do 2 packs for you, plus a little special extra. Tink, 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 tink. Oh, goodness. Let's get back to the game here. Sorry, guys. Sorry for those of you who are new to this stream. And I wasn't playing anything. But Natto, thank you again for the raid. I truly appreciate that. That's awesome. I hope everybody's having a great day today. Carried you through B2 or Y? What does that mean? We're currently in the middle of Skull Woods dungeon. And like I said, we're doing 100% playthroughs of every main series Zelda game. Exclamation TT if you want to see all the Triforce Tuesday incentives. Let me just make sure I'm caught up on chat here. I love old Pokemon stuff. Cool. Then you found the right person. Because I have a bunch of old Pokemon stuff. It's very... Oh, Okami is not a Zelda game at all, but it's very similar in some respects. That's what I've heard, yeah. People seem to like it. Doing well. I'm glad to hear that, Silly. Sorry I missed you. I wanted hearts. we'll get the colorful cards back, don't worry. Ash. Any particular order for Zelda games? We're doing them in chronological order, like release order. So we've already completed Zelda 1, Zelda 2. We're currently doing A Link to the Past, and then next will be Link's Awakening. So we'll just do them in release order. You can actually see the order, again, if exclamation TT or if you click the pinned comment. The order is like that very first thing on the spreadsheet on the left-hand side. It has the order we'll be going in. You love Okami? Calm down, stream elements. Kami's very good, but there's a lot of filler. Alright, let's get back to it. Hope everybody's having a great day. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. Welcome new chatters. Thank you for being here. I appreciate the follows as well. I don't like to call people out for following, so if you're lurking and want to give a follow, I'm not gonna call you out. Oh, no worries, Nato. No worries. You never have to apologize. I understand. We have a very vast time difference here, and I truly appreciate the raid. I appreciate, you know, the love you've been sending my way. It means a lot. Good luck with Link to the Past, and see you guys again soon. We'll see you soon. GG's again on Z2, and good luck with Mega Man 1. I will be around lurking. I'll try to talk more when I can, but you know, it's not always the easiest to get into chat, but I hope you have a great night, sleep well, and thank you again. I really do appreciate it. Oh gosh. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Can just go back and forth with this. I will mention to anybody new in chat, it's not ever going to be my first time playing through any of these Zelda games. I have played through every Zelda game 100% on multiple occasions. This is just something I wanted to do on stream and just enjoy the interaction with chat and everything, and just have a fun time. I speedrun a lot, so it's good to give myself breaks from that by doing more casual gameplay, so yeah, we're just kind of enjoying Zelda and exploration and all that fun stuff. I don't actually need to do anything here, except just go to the end. Oh, screw you. Oops. That was good. Oh, I disagree. Again? And then, like, in, like, the same spot. It's like I can't escape. Finally. Oh gosh, that was awful. Please go away forever. Hey Pickle, how you doing? I'm trying to win. Not okay, Wallmaster. No, I'm a bunny. You doing alright, Pickle? It's good to see you, man. Anyone else seeing bits thing on the overlay? On the you mean on the, like, the Four Swords Adventures thing? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, that's... I can't really get rid of the actual, like, animation of the bits thing. It just kinda... it's just there. It's fancy and spins. That's alright. This boss stinks. I tried to do the like Giga Chad strat with the hammer. It's not really worth it. I got 2 hits on him, but come on, man. Least favorite boss in the entire game. It really is a pain. It really is. I'm not good at it. I don't practice this game. I don't play it enough to be good at it.
Nerf. Because of you, I can escape from the clutches of the evil monsters. Thank you. Do you know the prophecy of the Great Cataclysm? This is the way I heard it. The person who has an evil heart gets the Triforce, the hero is destined to appear. And he alone must face the person who began the Great Cataclysm. If the evil one destroys the hero, nothing can save the world from this wicked reign. Only a person of the Knights of Hyrule who protected the royalty of Hylia can become a hero. You are of their bloodline, aren't you? I don't know. Then you must rescue Zelda without fail. Do you understand?
Yep.
May the way of the hero lead you to the Triforce.
Thanks, lady. Have I considered playing the rando? Yes, absolutely. We were talking about that a little earlier, actually. I never have. I've just never done a Link to the Past rando. Here's the way I heard it. She's gossipy. Ganondorf was all like raging about not getting his way, and it was so cringe about the golden power. I need a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. There's still some stuff I should probably take care of within the dungeon because I didn't 100% it at all. So I'll be right back. 1 sec. I'm hungry. Do you have anything planned for lunch at all, November? I'm thinking junk food. This is fine. I'm a garbage boy. Me too, man. Me too. I don't eat healthy at all. I don't like anything. I'm so picky. I don't need that. Yo, what's up, Burrito? Good to see you. I hope you've been doing well. I think Caddy is lurking. But I will let you know, or I will let her know that you said thank you. Miyu's been eating popcorn instead of the fruit I bought. I do have some nice cherries and some salad mix, mixed with some yum yum sauce. I can have pretend I'm going to have hibachi. What is yum yum sauce exactly? I've heard of it. Oh shoot, what am I? Oh, I'm so... What a dummy. There was like a reason I did that whole thing, and then I completely forgot why I was doing it. Sauce that is yum yum. Oh, my bad. Orange sauce that you usually dip when you have hibachi. But like, do you know like what it's made out of, or anything like that? Oh, seafood sauce. Interesting. Okay, now I have to actually be careful here. Like, I have to be, like, extra careful. Oh, it's mayonnaise. Ew, mayonnaise and ketchup. Ew, nope. I'm like so far out. No, thank you. I hate both those things. Why anybody would do that is beyond me. I don't like mayo, and I'm meh on ketchup, but when you combine them, add garlic, sugar, vinegar, and paprika, gotta say pretty good. I'll take your word for it. Oh, I think, hang on one sec, my cat's trying to get out. One sec. I was the family picky eater and got a lot of grief from my parents and siblings about it. As I got older, I learned to cook for myself. Slowly realized my family just had terrible taste. I have talked about this exact thing, November. Like, verbatim. Verbatim. I have talked about that exact thing. I don't really need to explain myself, because you apparently had the same experience I did. I just don't want to die, like game over. I'm trying not to game over. Dying is fine because I usually, most of the time I'll just do it intentionally to recover health. I did make a few mistakes, but I'm not gonna say I played this perfectly, but they just liked bad food in restaurants. Dude, that's exactly how I feel. And I don't want to just like dunk on my family, but my mother was like a really just not good cook. So and like so many different foods that I like now, my family won't ever touch. They won't even go near it. Like I'm a big fan of Middle Eastern food, Indian and all different kinds of Middle Eastern foods and stuff. And my family's like treats it like it's like the plague. They won't even go near it. It's so good. It's like you genuinely have no idea what you're missing. There's no way they'd eat sushi. Food slaps hard. It's so good. A lot of different, like I'm vegetarian, but like so not necessarily like fish and stuff like that, but I like a lot of Mediterranean foods, which I never had growing up. The thing is, like, I talked about this, and like I don't know, I shouldn't feel bad saying it, but my mom pretty much only ever cooked like one dish, which was like spaghetti with butter. And I got so and like overcooked everything, including pasta. Like she would overcook chicken and be like, "It's nice and brown." I'm like, chicken breast is not supposed to be dry and gross." Like, so that's how I experienced food growing up, which sucked, and I didn't really like eating anything. And then, yeah, I got a lot of grief for it. You're so picky. It's like, I eat stuff that you guys wouldn't even look at because you're like too good for it, you know? But I hate pasta now. Like I don't even eat pasta anymore because I can't stand it. Like it's just so gross to me because of like the experience I had from childhood growing up. I once prepared this great stir fry for my mom and she wanted none of it. I love making stir fry. Stir fry is so easy. Like my dad, like now, you know, being vegetarian, I eat a lot of like tofu and tempeh. And my dad, who eats literally everything and anything, won't even touch tofu. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it just tastes like whatever you want it to taste like. It's the easiest thing, man. It's just super annoying. Everybody treats you like you're the most annoying and hardest to please person in the world. But I just, you know, I just like good food instead of crappy overcooked pasta and all that kind of stuff. God darn it. Genuinely, I don't remember. I never do this anymore. Is there something I need to... Or does it only open? It might only open from the other side. I'm unsure. I don't remember. I would love to be able to master some good vegetarian dishes. I'm just not versed enough in veggies and the right spices and textures to get it right. Pasta's still good. I don't do pasta anymore. I haven't had pasta in years. I'd like to eat less meat and cheese. Pasta is good if you have the right sauce. Pasta with butter, nothing else. Correct. Correct. I also hate tomatoes. Like, genuinely hate tomatoes. So that's certainly part of it, you know. Cream-based pasta sauce. Like, I'll do pesto, but I still just don't like pasta, just in general. Like, it's been ruined for me, that's the thing. I can't stand the sight, the smell, the taste, like, nothing about it appeals to me anymore. It's been completely ruined, so... I can't really be convinced. I'll try something if I feel, you know, if I feel I want to someday, but... the odds are I'm really never going to enjoy pasta anymore, so that's just how it is, you know? No biggie. I just won't eat it. You need to learn how to properly prepare tofu to take in flavor. I think maybe cutting them into small pieces. Small pieces, you can marinate your tofu, just let it sit. But yeah, tofu is pretty easy to work with once you figure it out. Never heard of pasta with just butter? Sounds awful. Yeah, pesto's good. I love pesto. I didn't like pasta until I started making it myself. And you can control the amount of spices, sauce, etc. I just don't, like, I don't, the pasta is the problem at this point, because it's just, I got so sick of it. Just so unbelievably sick of it. I just have no desire to eat it anymore. So this does only... Seems like you can only enter it from one way. Thankfully, there's plenty of other foods. Yeah, exactly. I'm not that broken up about it. I'll survive. You know? That was not smart, was it? Neither was that. Or that. Stop! Get away! I'm just doing this stuff for the sake of 100%ing. Learning I like quinoa is a really good rice substitute, but you also like rice. I like quinoa and rice. Well, I'm not in love with rice, but I'll eat it. It's not, you know, it's just kind of there. I don't remember the, I genuinely don't remember the way to get to this door here. Fall from ceiling. No, this is the top floor of the dungeon. Can you just bounce across? From the overworld? No, I don't think there's anything. Maybe, is there? I don't think so. Because there's no... I cannot remember. I don't ever do this anymore. I don't remember the last time I even played through Link to the Past. No, I don't think there's anything out here. I don't think I can reach it from here. No, that's separate. Gosh, I don't remember. There's just nothing there that I need, but I'm just trying to fill up everything. Again, for completion's sake. Oh, wait, can I just... Is this possible? Well, not if, No, that doesn't work either. I think it's leading out. Is there anybody in chat who does Link to the Past? Because I don't think you can walk around. Might only be leading out? What do you mean? No, you have to enter from here. I just don't know how. Is there nobody in chat that knows? Could always come back to it. Hello, DMS Dante. Welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Bomb jump. Why can't I I'm completely... If I do that, I'm just gonna fall down the hole. I remember at some point... Yeah, I did that. That's in the other side. I don't think you can exit through this. I think you can. I think it's only one way. Especially looking at the map, I'm like 99% sure it's just one way. I guess I'm not doing that right now. What? I did it again. I keep doing this. Turn! What are you doing? Hey there, Retro. How's it going today? Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Plowing through work. I guess that's a good thing, right? How's Zelda? It's fine. I couldn't figure out how to enter one of the rooms in the last dungeon, so I just kind of gave up. But other than that, I think it's going pretty well. Hopefully people are enjoying. Hey, Digi? Oh. Oh, I did not mean to go left. Salad and egg roll. Enjoy. Alright, thank you for the lurk, November. Appreciate it. Get lunch, let out dogs. Thank you for the lurk, buddy. Can you share the egg roll? Hate these rooms. Are we aiming for all hearts? We're doing 100%. Everything. Everything in the game. No, not flute. Ocarina. Should equip a different item. Yeah, everything Triforce Tuesday, every game is 100%. You coward. Son of a gun. I hate like the way enemies just come for you at doorways. My goodness. Sneaky buggers. Wonderful. Computer, thank you so much for the 18 months.
Alice 5 arrive, Meech love, good luck on the run.
Thank you so much, computer, I really appreciate that. Welcome back to the Meechery for 18 months. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well, it's good to see you. Hope you had a nice weekend. Working my butt off today, last day of the month. I hope it goes well. Thanks for being here, I really appreciate that. Doing well and the weekend was nice, that's good news. I'm hanging in there, thank you for asking. Just gonna do a quick left right there.
Thank you very much. You saved my life. Please take me outside.
So ridiculous. Love having the Twitch mobile app on the little pop-out window, and it randomly gets bigger. I don't know. I don't use Switch Mobile. That's just for completion's sake, so I don't have to come back. If I could get on a regular laptop without it seeming sus, I totally would. It's just such garbage, man. So I'm kind of nice lag. Kind of going away from where I need to be right now. Actually, what do I have? You know what? Just make this easy. Please don't go this way. Too bad. Take her on a road trip first, that's right. Those emotes will be fun when we do Oracle. Oh my gosh. It's like all the health you've ever had just gone immediately. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way, I just realized. Well, hopefully. Hopefully I don't need to redo the floor. I don't think I do. But I guess we'll find out. Come on. Stop with this crap, dude. Come on.
Ah, too bright.
Oh my god. It was a trick. Easy. Easy clap. There's a few ways you can do that, boss. You can cheese it with a couple items. Time for the next game, since this was a blind playthrough.
Snarf. Because of you, I can escape from the clutches of the evil monsters. Thank you. As the wise men sealed the way to the dark world, the knights of Hyrule defended them from the attacks of the evil monsters. I heard the knights of Hyrule were nearly wiped out in the battle. You are perhaps the last one to carry the bloodline of the knights. It is ironic that the last one in the line has the potential to become a hero of legend. Surely you can destroy Ganon. You know what I mean? And where the hero lead you to the Triforce.
This voice. Is it ironic? Alrighty then. That is going to be a good place for me to break. Yeah. That's going to be a good place for me to break. So, what we will do is say bye-bye to Link for a moment. Alright, let's do the thing where we go back. Thank you guys for the lurk. Appreciate it. GG for hosting, yeah. Hey, I did really well. I came in 4th place coming in late, so that's not bad. Being here, showing up, entertaining us, and hosting for a fun place to be. Thanks so much, Nummies. I'm gonna run back to the Skull Woods. Leave me alone, dork. I'm gonna run back to the Skull Woods dungeon. I talked to my brother at on my lunch break, and he was like, kinda was confused as well, but then he confirmed what he thought was the correct move, which I'm still a little confused about, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, you. Sorry, what did I miss here? I don't get out much, so this is kind of my hangout social time. No, it's not sad. I don't think that's sad. I think a lot of people, especially with, you know, with the pandemic and everything, I think it changed a lot. And I think that's a lot of people's kind of social time is Twitch, which I enjoy. Moved 20 plus hours away from everybody I've ever known. Good and bad. Yeah, I I understand, yeah. Alright. So I need to find something within this. Go outside here? Okay. Follow the path up and right. We looked over here. Oh, do you fall down here? I thought that was a dead end. Oh shoot, you guys were right. I think Mega was the one who said it. Son of a gun, I didn't fall down that hole because I thought it was a scam. That's my bad. There we go. Now we completed every room in the dungeon. It's a stupid room that doesn't matter, but that's over with now. Thank you. Sorry, nothing, yeah. Thanks, Nico. That was very easy. I work from home, so I get no office cooler time. This is a great substitute for that. Meets out only elevator go down the hole. Mod that guy. This music is very good. It's very adventurous. Really kind of sets the tone. get to talk about stuff that you like. No office romances. Office romance is not really a great idea. I always thought it was funny in workplace shows, workplace comedies and such, how often they just wrote people getting together in relationships. and how complex they always were, and such a bad idea. Ribbit, ribbit, your body did not change. You are not just an ordinary guy, are you? I used to live in Kakariko Town. I wonder what my partner is doing there without me. Ribbit, I have a request of you. Please take me to my partner. Please, Ribbit, please. What if I don't? What if I don't do that? What would you do? Look at this little guy just following me around. Look at him. Look at him. How does he know his body didn't change? Maybe you're a pig that got dropped in there and morphed into human? Yeah, you're right. I have rights now and thumbs. Oh, happy days are here again. You found my partner. We are very happy now. Drop by here again. At that time, we will temper your sword perfectly. Okay, bye. Okay, hi. Temper my sword perfectly. Hey, you. Welcome. Ask us to do anything. Temper my sword. We'll give you a big discount. 10 rupees. What a ripoff. Alright, no problem. We'll have to keep your sword for a while. A whole while? That's gonna take forever. How oinky is the swordman? Your sword is tempered up. Now hold it. Great, your sword is stronger. You could feel the sheer power flowing through your body. Pew 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 pew, look how amazing I am. Red. You rescued him from the upside down and he's still charging you a convenience fee for sword tempering. I mean, I don't mind spending 10 rupees, I'll be honest. Excuse me, chicken. Deep into the lands of myths and legend. Work gooder, fingers. Are those Alice's chicken bones? I don't know, maybe. You found a piece of heart. Yay. We're winning. Oh no, because the key is locked inside the chest, you can never open it. Just take it with you. Now this chest follows me around. Winning! Yay! Only 4 hearts left. Never, you can never open it. It's like when you find Kiki, the monkey, and it's like give him rupees or never give him anything ever or whatever, however it's phrased. It's like never give him anything. Yeah, never give him anything. It's so funny. Tell it to everyone, yeah. I'll keep a secret. Tell it to everyone. What's up, Ichi? The captions on stream are pretty cool. I don't know how well they work, but I turned them on. Hopefully, I don't think I have any, you know, anybody hard of hearing or anything, but it's there. It's for accessibility. I don't know how well it picks up what I'm saying. I also know I don't have the most, what's the word? Most, like, enunciation, or I'm a very soft-spoken person, so it probably doesn't pick everything up. It's mostly accurate. Oh, that's good. Tell it to everyone. This is a magic bottle. You can store an item inside and use it for later. Also, I hate you. You beat Mega Man 2? How did it go? I'm so curious to see. Can you take, like, a picture of it on TV and, like, or a short video or something, and I want to hear how it sounds and how it runs and everything. I'm so curious. Also, GG's for beating that. Pookie. It was okay, it was weird using a joystick. I'm sure it was. Is there an SMZ3 incentive? No. I wouldn't mind adding some different incentives to the list, though. How many times did you change the batteries? Why would you need to change the batteries? Took them in, beat it, and then took it back out. Took them in? I meant to say put them in. The thing needs 3 AA's? What an interesting number. SMZ3 Brando is very cool. You need knowledge of both games. At least auto trackers can help a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I've only played through Super Metroid the one time, so there's still a lot for me to remember from that game. This is always a fun puzzle. Can I just... is it just right? Oh, it is. If you take them in, beat them, and put them out, you're going to jail. If I happen to be around for it, I could help a lot with the Super Metroid parts. But I know nothing about Zelda 3. Cool little piece to add to the collection, at least. There was also a little instruction manual inside the box that was fun to read. I would really love to see it. I wonder if our Aldi has it at all. I feel like that's one of those things that would be just really random and not at every store. Kind of want a Super Mario Brothers 3 one. All my Wily splits. Well, yeah, I thought of that. I thought of doing that as soon as I read that, Ichi. Theoril. I thought of doing that. Your checkerboard cave has a bunch of extra blocks left. What do you mean? What's up, Corey? Hope you're doing well. What do you mean extra blocks? Theoril is amazing. Such a strange thing. There's a glitch with the mirror to delete the blocks as you push them, really? Oh, okay, that's interesting. I could just walk there. Unlike some superheroes, Mega Man can shoot while he is jumping or falling. Incredible. I don't know why. Did I jump down? I'm not paying attention. I'm too busy reading chat and No, I didn't want to. No, I'm having a moment. Leave me alone. Everything leave me alone right now. Where are we going? Apparently we're going here right now for a second. Don't hit me. Kiss the old man. Bird toss. He turned into a fish. Oh, gosh. Where did you come from? I would love recovery hearts. Is there any tip to actually hitting an anti-fairy with magic? Because this is what always happens to me. I screw it up so much and I waste so much of my magic. Come on. This is so lame. I'm so bad at that. It says clash and crash. Genuinely don't know what's over here. E-tanks are energy crystals? That's a new one. New Age Mega Man. Oh, thanks, Ichi. That should be fun. Oh my gosh. Really hate anti-fairies so much in this game. Alright, Ashley, thank you so much for, oh shoot, for hanging out. I appreciate it. Good luck at work. It's good to see you. I hate this game right now. There we go, there's a magic refill. Oh boy, here we go. Anyone else have parents who didn't let them use the word hate? Yeah, kinda. They didn't really enforce it that much, but... Your partner did. And frankly, I hate that. Flarf! It is I! Sahasrara the Elder! You must set fire to 4 torches to open a way forward. They couldn't enforce it because they hate too much stuff themselves. That's true. I don't remember if these even do anything, honestly. No, I didn't think they did. I don't think either of these rooms do anything. 4 of torch equals 1 of secret. Shabba-dooba-dooba-doo. Oops. Son of a... E... Is it all 4 of them? I thought it just meant the 4. I thought it was referring to the 4 that I just lit. Why is this now? Dude, I don't remember this freaking dungeon. Oh, that's that. Okay, there we go. I get it. That's just the one-way door. Shaky, shaky. Oh my god, I looked at chat for 1 second and I'm dead. Go get this girl trapped in an octahedron? You guys stink. Can you, like, shut up? Comp ass. I don't have the... Oh. Room beneath that? That I didn't go down there. I want it. Give it to me. Gosh, I genuinely forget a lot about this dungeon here. Eh. There's no way to... Is there? I don't know. I don't remember this crap. I didn't think so. I think this is a... Wait a sec. I don't think this is the answer either, but I'm just double checking. There's no floor beneath. Why does that look like just a hole? That looks like it was just a hole, not a... Usually you can see a floor beneath if that's the, if that's where you're meant to fall down. Now... I never found the map. Where does this take me? I don't remember. Oh, right. I don't think I've got the skill to... Ooh! Ooh! Is the map in heal? So I was here, I just don't remember this just... This is just a way... Alright, that was kind of worthless. Stop! Gosh, I do not remember this freaking dungeon. Of course I am. Is there anything else I want to do? Eh... I don't think I'm in the right space here. I think... There's the map. Alright, this is not too bad. But I don't know... I guess they're both one ways, because I know I have to go get the dungeon item, so... Ow! Leave me alone. Yeah, they look like they're one ways. Okay. Right. Okie dokie. Now that my eye hurts like crazy. Candy cane, yeah. Candy cane of some Mario. Raspberry candy cane. Anybody got any recovery hearts or? Blue one is blackberry. No recovery hearts, but perhaps curse that turns you into a battery mascot. Can powder the cursed things? What's a cursed thing? I suppose I need to head into that other room real quick. The little yellow magic before it turns into a bunny. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't have a key. Shoot. Do you have a key? No. Leave me alone! Oh, it's so annoying. Think they generate fairies? The anti-fairies do. I don't know about the bunny curses. You have to powder them as soon as they appear. Leave me alone! God, anti-fairies are freaking worst. Holy. Nice powdering. That's like the luckiest I've gotten. I am not good at doing that. Awesome. Oh, it's just so annoying. My goodness. It's like sleeting outside. Again. Oh my lord! Leave me alone! I missed. Son of a gun. I need a small key. Does anybody know where the small key I missed is? You're getting snow? Really? Oh, stop. For the love of God, please. This is ridiculous. Does anybody know where the small key is? It's too far. I don't know if it gets dropped. It's this room too. unnecessary room that I have no need for. So annoying. No, he doesn't drop one. So I don't know where the heck the small key is. It's like no way to beat that thing. Hey Ethan, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you. Really? Sleepy but good? I guess that's good to hear. I was up till 5 because I kept thinking I was, excuse me, gonna finish a game soon. Couldn't save, so it just kept going. What game were you playing? Really? Shoot. Danganronpa? Someone recommended it, was pretty fun. I hope that's a game too. Unbelievable. People keep telling you to play those because I like Persona. Never heard of it. Almost got on my magic. Alright, this is slow going here. Oh my lord! Stop! I can't stand this crap. So annoying. Never tried Persona. I can't say you wouldn't like it. .360 powder fairy net, 2-bottle no scope. Didn't expect to enjoy Danganronpa. What the heck do you say that? Not a genre I ever tried before. How's Zelda going? It's going. It's going. Of course. Of course. Danganronpa. The frick is my phone? Stupid. He's a homie. Monokuma will always be the best boy. A strat I've never seen used. Made 7 emotes with him. Yeah, arrows to the eyes.
Snarf. Because of you, I can escape from the grasp of the evil monster. Thank you. Ganon captured us because he couldn't break the seal of the wise man with his power alone. Then, using the wizard Aghanim as his pawn, he drew us to the Dark World. After cracking the seal with our powers, he sealed us inside of these crystals. He then gave us to his loyal monsters, but Ganon didn't plan on you getting this far. Now Princess Zelda is waiting for you inside of Turtle Rock. Please hurry. Do you understand?
Yep. Thanks, lady. Holy. Water break. How's the SM64 going since your return? You enjoying it? Yeah, do you understand that you went out of order, you idiot? Zelda's waiting for you, but you have a whole other dungeon to do. Does a mass of eyes in slime have the sentience to hold someone trapped in a crystal captive? I suppose. Apparently, according to this. Yo, what's up, Tech? How are you doing today? Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. Going well, only doing no resets. And got some golds. Very nice, Ethan. Very nice. Link to the Past, yeah, we're doing more Triforce Tuesday, so every Zelda. Oh, I needed one more. Need to practice Bowser throws. Are you a palm spinner or an OG rotator? Ah! The best. I let Bowser spin 3 times before throwing, so I don't really need to spin fast. Yeah, fair. Fair. Oh man. Excuse me. The magic flames will protect you inside this icy dungeon! Thanks. If you let him fully rotate 4 times, his trajectory is less predictable. So 3 is enough to get to the bombs without overspinning and making it a little too wild. Oh, that's cool. So you just do three spins and then you're good to go. Yeah, the good runners only do it like 2 at most. What a dork. You cannot destroy the skeleton knight with the sword alone. When he collapses, he is vulnerable to another weapon. Thanks. I may have already figured that out. Maybe. Just maybe. Neat. I hate this so much. Just go down, dude. Ice physics are super fun and totally fair. And I love them, and I'm not having any problems at all. You know what I mean? Super, super easy. What? What? Come on. My gosh. I lose my mind. Oh, I didn't even need to. Hooray! Glover D. Slowly convincing yourself to start practice. You can do it. I wish I practiced things. Would you just hit? I disagree with that. You gotta be joking. It's so cheap. It's been a part of your daily routine. That's good. That's really good. I don't really have... Like, I do have the time to practice Mega Man, but, like, I stream instead, so... So instead of practicing, I just kind of stream runs, which, you know, I enjoy doing, so... I don't know, it's like... Do I not stream, or do... in practice, or do I... stream and, you know, stream and do runs instead. Hello, Natalie. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice weekend. I started practicing like an hour before attempts early on, so the habit really kind of stuck. I don't know, I don't know. I like to do practice on stream, but, I don't know. People tend not to, like, watch or interact with me much if I do that, so... Kinda stinks. It's like, I don't know. Pick one or the other, I guess. Because I liked, when I used to do Super Mario World runs, I would always practice beforehand, and people seem not to really care for that, which doesn't make you feel great. I don't care if people practice, I'll sit there and watch, I'll talk to you guys. Oh, man. How's it going today, Natalie? Back to work tomorrow? How much time have you had off? Just the weekend plus yesterday and today? Hey, Shawing. How are you? Clean. I feel pretty rested. That's good. It's good to hear. I'm glad you're doing well. Always a pleasure to see you.
No, because of you, I can escape from the clutches of the evil monsters. Thank you. They say the highly of people control mysterious powers, as did 7 wise men. But the blood of Hylia has become thin over time. We who carry the blood of the 7 wise men do not possess strong power anymore either. Our powers will increase if we mix the courage of the knights with the wisdom of the wise men. Only a short time remains until the gate at the castle linking the worlds opens completely. If you defeat Ganon, this world will vanish and the Triforce will wait for a new holder. I believe in you! Good luck! You understand?
Yep.
Anyway, I handed you the drama.
Thanks, lady. Hey, ay, ay. We're so equipped. My head hurts. What else is new? I am hanging in there, Natalie. Thank you for asking. I will either survive or not. I guess those are the only 2 options, right? Thank you for the Rain of Hearts. Didn't want to miss this, but had to deliver some school enrollment stuff that wasn't delivered. Ah, no problem, Shawling. Thank you for being here regardless. I really do appreciate you guys a ton. I know it sounds like a broken record saying those kinds of things, but I don't know. It means a lot to me. I just like having you guys here. It is good to have company, yeah. Life stinks a lot, and I've been enjoying being on Twitch, so it's nice company for me. Love you guys too. I don't like just being alone. You know? Glad Nato dropped me here for that raid. Me too, man. I'm very glad. Oh, who are you? 100 rupees for 30 bombs. I will have a new super bomb in stock for only 100 rupees. Please buy it too, mister. Okay. Yay, now I have a bomb that follows me around. I looked up from work stuff and was like, oh, where am I? Speedrun Mega Man? I'm hanging. Hey, I'm selling bombs over here. You gonna buy one or what? Bomb Chan is the best friend. I need to go this way. I need to not get killed by everything. I also need to take the bomb with me, which would be helpful instead of just letting it explode behind me. Forgot you couldn't jump off ledges with it. Bomb-chan, no! It's alright. We'll pretend that didn't happen. Yeah, slow walk. You can't use your Pegasus boots. Can't do anything fun. Bomb-chan 2 is much better. Won't you throw something in? Apparently I needed to go the other way. Did you drop this? I like an honest person. I will give you something better in return. Butter sword. My sword is stronger! I can feel its power throbbing in my hand. Mm-hmm. Banana sword. Ooh. Yay, silver arrows. These will defeat Ganon in the last moment. You definitely need them. I know I don't quite have the figure of a fairy. Ganon's cruel power is to blame. You must defeat Ganon. Oh yes, body shaming in a Zelda game. Wonderful. These are the silver arrows. You need to defeat Ganon. Ganon. No, I don't want to throw anything else in. Leave me alone. But now we have butter sword, banana sword, as Mega would call it. See ya. Defeat me? Never. That's kind of cruel, but thank you. Get out of my way. Travel to 2004, use silver arrows to defeat Rich Ganon? What is rich about him? How did Ganon... Oh gosh, how did Ganon make his millions? Can you, like, leave me alone? Oh gosh, former Raiders quarterback? Truly the king of evil. Welcome in Xeno. I look like the dude in Men in Black 3. I may have been told that once or twice. How's it going today? Hope you're doing well. Ugh. Good to hear. I'm glad to hear that. Hello? That's not what I meant to do. Thanks, Mega. Nice, double KO. Not really a double KO, just a KO and a grab. Oh, I thought that was Mega. I just saw the blue name, and I assumed it was him because he also does that. Sorry, Showing. Thank you, Showing. I just saw blue. I didn't even look at chat. I was like, oh, must be Mega. No goodies? I can't even get recovery arts or anything? Excuse me. Yeah, music is very good. I was mentioning that earlier. Oh no, we don't like Lionels. I could just, like, you know, use the stupid medallion, but... Here we go. Who needs it? Heal me. You just fall into the abyss. Do I need to... Get out of my way, you dork. Guess I didn't really need to do any of that. I thought I had to, I don't know. Go away. I did that wrong. One heart piece left. It's the other way, isn't it? Right? Counterclockwise, not clockwise. Hooray! Fnarf! Do you possess the medicine of magic? If not, I recommend going against going any further. That's fine, dude. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. Leave me alone. Knife! I think I needed to wait. There we go. I should have just used it. Speed strats, something like that. Excellent. Awesome, thanks a lot. Awesome. Gaming? Chain chomps. Bing bing. Oh, there it is. Awesome. Son of a gun. God pokies. Indeed. Yep. Yo, what's up, Topspin? How you doing? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Hooray! I'm hanging in there, man. Thank you for asking. Zelda's going good. We're almost finished. Just got the last art piece. How was your stream yesterday? I was lurking a little while. Hope you had a nice time. Big shield. It went great, got lots done. My new dice roller thingy provided some chaos, which is cool. I'm glad you had a good time, man. It's good to hear. Sorry I wasn't chatting, but I'm a big lurker on Twitch. Do you get dizzy if you top spin the fuzzy? That's pretty good. I don't often have, like, I feel bad because the thing is when I do chat, I feel like I want to keep chatting. Like, I don't want to just say something and then just disappear. I always feel bad if I do that. So oftentimes I don't really have a lot of time to talk, and then I just don't. So I just kind of chill and lurk and listen while I'm doing other things. That's what I do a lot of the time. So this room is completely unnecessary, and I just wanted to go in here for completion's sake. But you see it, you get the point. I don't need rupees, so. We'll just bounce. Sometimes we'll just pop in to say I hope streamer has a good time. No time to actually tune in. Just send some well wishes, I guess. I always feel like I feel bad, and this is just me personally. Like if people do that to me, I don't mind at all, which probably should tell me that other people wouldn't mind. But for me personally, I always feel like if I say hello and like good luck and stuff, then I'm like, oh, I want to keep talking to you because I feel bad if I just leave. But I don't care if people do it to me. Like I totally understand. So I probably shouldn't be that hard on myself, but I always am. I probably should just say hello more. I have found the secret square. In those cases, I'm usually up front. Today I've just been in and out. Yeah, and I don't mind. It doesn't bother me. Can confirm. I don't usually lurk intentionally. I say hello, then I either get invested in just watching the stream or distracted doing other things. I'm usually doing other things while I'm listening. Honestly, I completely respect lurkers, but I always appreciate a hello. I don't have a lot of viewers and even less chatter, so it helps knowing that I'm not talking alone. Just simply use a lurk. I'll keep it in mind. When I do that, I always like can't watch what I wanted to say. Yeah. Talked to myself for years when I started streaming. I hate this place. God. Leave me alone. Hooray. Some people have this crazy energy to keep things going by themselves. I don't get it. Yeah, me neither. I always feel like I need somebody to talk to actually have a conversation or something. I find it difficult to just talk about nothing, and admire the people who are able to do that. I just want to get on that. Oh my gosh. Yay. I never know if somebody is watching unless they speak, so I just assume I'm talking to myself. That's kind of how I feel. I mean, there are a lot of times where I ask questions or say something and there's just no response at all. I'm so used to it. I just talk to myself when I play on the couch if my wife is next to me. Even if she's not listening at all. Probably taking a while to think. Yeah, I feel the same way, Topspin. I'm just like, okay. I don't know. Twitch is difficult sometimes. Talk a lot when I play my Souls game. Took a while before you were okay without a lot of chat interaction. Nice. Nice job. Awesome. Dude! Awesome. Keeping up with chat is difficult sometimes. Yeah, especially if you're speedrunning. Oh my gosh, why am I so bad at this game? Too focused on the game. Are you kidding? Give me a break, for real. Let's go away. Really do enjoy chatting when I can. I do too. Like I said this a million times, but the whole reason I stream on Twitch is so I can have some interaction. If I wanted to play games alone, then I would just play them alone, but I don't like to, so I don't. I'd rather have people to talk to and interact with and all that kind of stuff. It's more fun for me. Uh-oh. What's gonna happen? Someday I'll start doing casual stuff that isn't hacks. The casual gameplay, like I mentioned earlier, just gives me a break from speedrunning, because I don't have that grinding mindset that a lot of speedrunners do have. I've got too much going on in my life, too much going on in my stupid head that makes me lose focus from speedrunning, so for me it's good to have breaks from speedrunning. Couldn't even imagine speedrunning. I feel like I would instantly die, like IRL or in the game. Both. Thanks, dude. Casual anymore just means hacks. I was doing casual stuff with speedruns. I only needed one more hit. Great. What a dummy. Get me all hot. It's not necessarily what you want it to be. Yay! Gold sword too strong. Well, no, what I meant was, like, I died right before I was about to kill him because I got pushed into the spikes.
I appreciate you coming to my rescue. I thought you're a legendary hero. I have felt this from the first time we met. Ganon is waiting inside of his tower to pass through the gate linking the two worlds. Once Ganon enters the light world, it is unlikely anyone can stop him. But if he stays in the closed space of this world, you can find him wherever he runs. Now go to the Tower of Ganon. We will use our combined powers to break the barrier. Let's return peace to the country without fail. You understand?
Yep.
May the way of the hero lead you to the Triforce.
Which is what they all say. That's what they all say. Zelda. Alright, what if I just stopped there? What if that was the end of the stream? Alright, well. It'd be a power move. I knew I tapped up instead of right. I was like, nope, that's not going to be correct. Can you... Apparently this all takes 3 tries every time I do it. What if I stop streaming after Agatu? Sugar-dooga-dooga-dooga. Oh my goodness.
Snarf, we're going to break the barrier of Ganon's tower with our power.
Have fun with that. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick pee break before we finish up here. I'll be right back. Okie dokie, let's continue. Heading home. Alright, health. Be safe. Thanks for the good luck. It's really bad timing there. My gosh. I'm getting bodied already. This is ridiculous. I stink. Not doing too well here. Thanks, Topspin. We're almost there. Nearly done. I don't remember. Back in time for endgame. Welcome back, Pool Float. What? What? Come on, Link. Come on. Come on. I hate ice physics in this game. Boo. Provides even better protection than the blue mail. I prefer the blue to the red. Although I do like the purple hat. Blue looks nicer overall. Yeah, I think this is like too many colors clashing. Plus, I'm not big on red, just in general. Too many colors, yeah. Ganon time, we're getting close. Always wear the blue tunic in Ocarina, me too. I love anytime you get the option for like different colors, blue or red, I always pick blue. There's plus you typically depends on the game. But like in Link's Awakening, DX, when you get the choice between red or blue, blue makes more sense because you get a sword upgrade anyway to have more attack, so better defense helps you withstand more enemies, so I always opted for the blue. Did I get myself stuck? Personally like the color red a lot, but for Link, blue all the way. I always take the damage in Link's Awakening because I don't need the extra protection. Yeah, but you get the sword upgrade, so why not have, like, both? Defense and offense. More balanced. Why isn't this door opening? Am I dumb? Didn't you need to defeat the enemies? Did I ruin the game? Oh, there's a push block? I thought it was an enemy block. Or an enemy, door. Uh-oh. Eh. 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 It's getting on. Don't think, yeah, I didn't think so. Leave me alone, dork. Ganon Rave. Ow. I thought I was gonna make it. I'll yell at you if you use it? I don't think that's true. Hooray! Yell and hurt your feelings? Sounds like me. Sounds like something I would do. What? I always thought this was a cool trope that they had with the BMOS on the conveyor belt. One nightmarish looking room. I'm just gonna keep bombosing them. Although this one kind of stinks. Maybe I should have just saved it for here. Screw it. Sick lag, dude. Have a meeting, be lurking for the rest. Thank you, Mega. I appreciate it. Good luck at your meeting. I hope it goes well. The setups keep getting more and more intense. Oh. Okay. Almost fell off the end there. I hate this room. No. Do 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 do. Well, I screwed that up. Come on, dude. It was all my freaking magic. You only go back a single room, but you lose your magic, which stinks. Boom 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 boom. Nope. Didn't do that well at all. No, I don't have any blue potions. Come on, that's so cheap. Oh my gosh, leave me alone! Pretty sure I like broke even on that. Gotta run chores and such. Had a good time vibing for a bit though. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Topspin. It's really good to see you. I appreciate you being here. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Good luck with your chores. Break time so I can sneak in a quick afternoon walk. Very nice, Denim. Enjoy your walk. Thank you. Oh, that was so fast. I stink at this. Can you not? I didn't fall once in the original fight. It's completely fine. Doodle-doodle-doo. A horrible room. Terrible, horrible, no good, very bad room. What are we gonna do, guys? I'm gonna take a stretch break. Ah! What if I die? Ho, ho, ho. It's great that you could come all the way here, Fnarf. I'm very happy to see you again, but you'd better believe that we will not have a third meeting. Prepare to meet your doom, I tell you what. What? Go away. It was Ganon all along. Go away. But if you could just defeat him by, like, smacking the bat. Alright, I think that's good. I think that's a good place to end stream. I thought Aghanim was an old lady until so you read a comic? Thank you. What about you? Why am I getting the weird... No, I don't. Oh, this tree holds a fairy? Ah, thanks, Bullfoot. I had no idea. Thank you, Caddy, for the big stretch. And the water break. Although I probably should fill my magic too. Iggy Treats Redemption. It would be very difficult to set up a cam for that. How is Zelda? It's going okay. We're almost done. I don't really know, like, a good place to fill up magic quickly, especially in the Dark World. Mirror, burn a fairy, flute to 2, buy a blue potion. We can do that, that's fine. Oh gosh, you're right on. Nicely done. Let's try it here. Ice Palace have some at the beginning. You have a bee you can dump. There's still a mirror and bonk around there. Oh yeah, that's smart, Corey. That's a good idea. Thanks. Probably won't end up using this, but... Where was my... Oh, I'm in the castle. I thought I was outside. Stop! Enough! Oh my god, all of you, enough! Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. That warp is always there. Oh boy. Oh, after you fight Aga the first time? I don't know if I've really ever wandered around after that. Oh, that's interesting. That can be a logical dark world. Access in the rando. Sucks when it is. What's up, Riggs? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. I'm hanging in there, man. How are you? Gonna get some blue pork from Ganon? Yeah, we're gonna try. Oh shoot. I didn't read that first part of text. It's unbelievable that you defeated my alter ego, Aghanim, the Dark Wizard, twice. But I will never give you the Triforce. I will destroy you and make my wish to conquer both light and dark worlds come true without delay. Oh no. The bee's really doing some work there. It's cute that the bee thinks it's helping. It's just fun to let it fly around. Just trying to attack Ganon. Excuse me? She's trying her best. She's a very good bee. Didn't realize it was a good bee. Yeah, I've had it since the beginning of the game. You are doing well, lad, but can you break through this secret technique of darkness? On guard, I tell you what. Oh, come on. Did that not hit? What? Come on. I'm getting destroyed by the stupid bats. What? I might actually die here. These freaking bats. Goodness me. Hey, Jade. Rainbow Bee. What's up? How you doing? If you have a bunch of bees here, it can despawn Ganon? I did not know that, no. Yay! Thanks for the GGs. Corey, Shadow. Jade. Welcome, Fnarf. I am the essence of the Triforce. The Triforce will grant the wishes in the heart and mind of the person who touches it. If a person with a good heart touches it, it will make his good wishes come true. If an evil-hearted person touches it, it grants his evil wishes. So you just let people take over the world? The stronger the wish, the more powerful the Triforce's expression of that wish. Ganon's wish was to conquer the world. That wish changed the Golden Land to the Dark World. Ganon was building up his power here so he could conquer the Light World and make his wish come completely true. But now, you have totally destroyed Ganon. His Dark World will vanish. The Triforce is waiting for a new owner. Its golden power is in your hands. Now, touch it with a wish in your heart. Yay! We did it, guys! I love this music. Hang on, let me catch up with everybody here. Thanks for the GGs. Corey, Shadow, Jade, Nico, Showing, J Riggs, Pool Float, Health, Mega. Doing good, working. Thanks for being here, Jade. I'm hanging in there, thank you. Killing the final boss by despawning him. Thanks, Nummies, for the GGs. Ichi for the GGs, thank you. Still have some issues fighting Ganon. The bats are ridiculous. The bats are ridiculous. They're so annoying. Bee lands on the Triforce wishes for more pollen than the world can ecologically sustain. Millions die of extreme allergies. Gave Kamakani a panic attack when she mentored me. Thanks for the GG's, Ethan. Yeah, totally destroyed Ganon. Touch. Here's a GG's Wookiee. This music's so good. Which we'll have to talk about, actually. That's something that I wanted to talk about. And Uncle recovers, now he can finish telling you the end of Zelda is your important need-to-know info. Still the best Zelda game in pretty much every aspect. Still fairly average for me. No, next one is Link's Awakening. Looking forward to Wind Waker. That'll be fun. Nah, new Zelda 1 world record? Shixel? Or Green Mario? It's gotta be Shixel, right? Did he just lower his time? Green Mario, really? 2752. For no up A, right? Wow, that's awesome. Good for him. And the Master Sword sleeps again. Forever! You can never, ever touch it again. Ever. You hear Link's Awakening is okay? It's alright. I don't know, like, what... I don't know what people want me to do when they say they, like, make fun of games that I enjoy a lot. Like, I'm not gonna get mad. I don't care. You're allowed not to like a game that I like. I always thought that was weird. Oh, no, I didn't mean because of the comment that you made specifically. I just mean in general, and people are like, oh, this game stinks, I don't know why this is your favorite Zelda, or I don't, you know, those kinds of comments, like, I don't know what do people want? Like, okay, neat. Like, oh, Breath of the Wild is so much better. Good for, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Like, yeah, why is anything your favorite anything? Exactly. How dare you not being upset with somebody that has a different view from you? Looking for somebody to agree with their subjective opinion. It's just, it's so silly. It's very silly. I didn't mean you, Wookie. I just think of people who like get super angry about, what do you mean, how can you possibly say this is better than A Link to the Past? I don't know, man. I just like it more. Offer the people a hot cup of shut the hell up. I require satisfaction and I demand it. Would have finished faster if I got Metal Blade first. What do you want, a spreadsheet? I just like it. Or vice versa. Like, oh, what do you mean you don't like this game? know, man. I never got into it, that's all. It's pretty much as simple as that. I'm not trying to bring anybody down with my opinion. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings because I like or don't like a game that you dislike or like. Looking forward to 100% Breath of the Wild. It's an incentive. Not like I'm casting a vote, right? Well, that's. I think it's fun to talk about people's opinions. I made a tier list of my favorite Zelda games, like, and I opened the door for everybody. I was like, please create your own. Like, let's have a conversation about it. I think it'd be fun. I like knowing what other people think. It's cool. Like, that's what makes the world go around, is that we're different people with different opinions, right? As long as they're not harmful. We're talking about video games, so, like, you know? Oh, I have one on Swamp Palace because I saved and quit for the stream to end. I'm already down, you can only bring me up. I doubt that. Your wrong opinion personally assaulted me. I think Wind Waker is probably my favorite. I really enjoy sailing in the water. Me too, November. Wind Waker has such a great feel to me as a game. Bass, sex, and music makes the world go round. Aren't bass and sex... aren't bass and music... with what, like, one and the same. Yay, we did it! Total games played. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Nummies, Health, Ness, Zenkai, thank you for being here. Thanks for lurking. Ichi. November. Riggs. Ness, did I say? Whoever's here, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. I will see you guys tomorrow. For Mega Man stuff, I suppose. Everybody have a great day, great rest of the day, and thank you so much for all the support. Sabonis, thank you. I really appreciate it a ton, seriously. Take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for everything. Have a great day. Bye.